Miss Marple and the shadow of the old oak welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning mist clung to St Mary Mead like a gentle secret, curling around cottage gardens and settling into the spaces between cobblestones with the patient grace of something that belonged there. Miss Jane Marple pressed her fingertips against the cool glass of her kitchen window, watching as the fog transformed her familiar village into something softer, more mysterious, a watercolour painting left out in the rain. The scent of lavender drifted through her open door, mingling with the distant aroma of fresh bread from the bakery and the earthy sweetness of dew-soaked roses. She paused, tilting her head slightly as the church bells began their morning song, each note floating through the mist like a prayer made audible. Something was different about the shadows today. Miss Marple had lived in St Mary Mead for more years than she cared to count, long enough to know the villagers' moods as intimately as she knew the lines on her own weathered hands. She understood how the light fell across the green in different seasons, how the ancient oak at the village's heart cast its familiar pattern of shade and sunlight throughout the turning of each day. But this morning, as she stepped into her garden with her wicker basket and gardening gloves, the shadows seemed to whisper of things forgotten, of secrets buried beneath years of fallen leaves. The year was 1934, and England was slowly finding its feet again after the great upheaval of the war that had promised to end all wars. St Mary Mead had weathered those difficult years with the quiet resilience that marked all proper English villages, losing some of its young men to foreign fields, tightening belts when necessary, and maintaining the comforting rituals of daily life that kept civilization from fraying at the edges. Now, in this gentler decade, the village had settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and subtly changed, like a favourite song played in a different key. Miss Marple made her way along the stone path toward her prized rose garden, her sensible shoes making soft sounds against the damp flagstones. The mist was beginning to lift, revealing glimpses of the village beyond her garden gate. The Tudor-style cottages with their timber frames dark against whitewashed walls, the post office with its cheerful red door, and the vicarage where Reverend Clement would soon be emerging for his morning constitutional. She could hear Mrs. Bantry's rooster announcing the day from somewhere in the middle distance, a sound as reliable as the sunrise and twice as pompous. Her roses were magnificent this morning, their petals heavy with moisture that caught the first tentative rays of sunlight and transformed each bloom into a small jewel. Miss Marple had always believed that roses told stories of patience and pruning, of seasons weathered and beauty earned through careful tending. She reached for her secateurs, intending to gather a small bouquet for her breakfast table, when movement caught her eye. There, beneath the spreading branches of the great oak that dominated the village green, something glinted in the shifting light. Miss Marple set down her basket with the deliberate care of someone who'd learned to pay attention to small anomalies. The oak was older than the church, older than any building in St Mary Mead, its massive trunk scarred with the initials of lovers, and its roots running so deep they seemed to anchor not just the tree but the entire village to the earth itself. Local legend claimed it had been there when the Romans came, though Miss Marple suspected that was the sort of romantic embellishment that villagers like to attach to their landmarks. What she knew for certain was that the tree had been the silent witness to centuries of village life. Christenings and weddings, harvest festivals and Christmas celebrations, the quiet dramas of ordinary people living ordinary lives in an extraordinary world. The glint came again, and this time Miss Marple was certain it wasn't simply morning light playing tricks with dewdrops. Something metallic lay half buried among the fallen leaves at the base of the oak, something that hadn't been there yesterday evening when she'd passed by on her way to post a letter to her nephew Raymond. She found herself walking toward the tree without quite deciding to do so, drawn by the same gentle curiosity that had served her well throughout her 70-odd years of village life. The mist parted before her like a theatrical curtain, revealing the green in stages. First the wooden bench where old Mr. Petherick liked to sit and complain about the state of modern politics, then the war memorial with its modest bronze plaque and carefully tended flower beds, and finally the oak itself, massive and patient and keeping its own counsel. As she drew closer, Miss Marple could see that the metallic gleam belonged to something small and delicate, partially concealed beneath a scatter of autumn leaves that seemed oddly out of place in this late spring morning. She knelt carefully, her knees protesting the movement with the familiar complaint of joints that had served faithfully for many decades, and brushed away the leaves with gentle fingers. A locket, silver though tarnished with age and exposure, its surface etched with a pattern of roses that seemed to echo the blooms in her own garden. It was the sort of jewellery a young woman might wear, delicate and feminine, with a thin chain that had been broken at some point in its hidden existence. Miss Marple lifted it carefully, surprised by its weight, not just the physical weight of the metal, but the sense that this small object carried stories within its tarnished surface. She was so absorbed in her examination of the locket that she almost missed the soft footfall behind her. Almost, but not quite. Living alone in a village taught one to be aware of approaching footsteps, and Miss Marple had cultivated the art of seeming absorbed while remaining completely alert to her surroundings. Remarkable how the earth gives up its secrets, isn't it? The voice was soft, cultured, with the slight tremor that comes with advanced age. Miss Marple turned to see a figure she recognised but didn't know. One of those shadowy characters who exist at the edges of village life, present but not quite participating, familiar but mysterious. The speaker was an elderly woman, perhaps even older than Miss Marple herself, dressed in the sort of well-tailored but outdated clothing that suggested genteel poverty. Her grey hair was pinned beneath a hat that had been fashionable during the reign of the old Queen, and her eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone who had spent a lifetime observing the world without necessarily engaging with it. "Mrs. Ashford, isn't it?" Miss Marple rose carefully, still holding the locket. "I don't believe we've been properly introduced, though I've seen you at the church fete. Eleanor Ashford." The woman inclined her head slightly, a gesture that belonged to a more formal age. "And you, of course, are Miss Marple, the village's unofficial guardian of justice and keeper of secrets." There was no mockery in the words, only a gentle acknowledgement of reputation earned through years of quiet observation and occasional intervention. Miss Marple smiled. "I prefer to think of myself as simply curious about my neighbours, though I must admit this morning's curiosity has led me to something rather intriguing." She held up the locket, watching as Mrs. Ashford's eyes fixed on it, with an intensity that suggested more than casual interest. "May I?" Mrs. Ashford extended her hand, and Miss Marple placed the locket gently in her palm. The older woman studied it with the concentrated attention of someone reading a book written in a half-forgotten language. "Yes," she murmured, almost to herself. "Yes, I thought it might be." The morning was warming now, the mist retreating to reveal St. Mary Mead in all its comfortable familiar glory. The village was beginning to wake, smoke rising from cottage chimneys, the postman beginning his rounds with his bicycle and his cheerful whistling, children's voices calling to each other as they prepared for their walk to the village school. It was the sort of peaceful English morning that poets wrote about and city dwellers dreamed of, all thatched roofs and rose gardens and the gentle tick of time passing at a civilised pace. But beneath this surface tranquillity, Miss Marple sensed undercurrents of story, the kind of hidden narratives that made village life endlessly fascinating to those who knew how to look. She had learned, over the decades, that every community was like an iceberg, the visible portion representing only the smallest fraction of what lay beneath. Secrets, regrets, small kindnesses, and ancient grudges all swirled together in the depths, occasionally surfacing in the form of seemingly innocent objects like tarnished lockets found beneath ancient trees. "You know something about this," Miss Marple observed, watching Mrs. Ashford's face as she examined the locket. It wasn't a question. Mrs. Ashford looked up, her eyes meeting Miss Marple's with the frankness of someone who had decided to abandon pretense. "I know a great deal about it, actually, and about the oak, and about the stories that tree could tell if it had a voice." She paused, glancing around the green as if checking to ensure they weren't being observed. But perhaps this isn't the best place for such a conversation. Village greens have ears, as I'm sure you've noticed. Miss Marple had indeed noticed. She had also noticed the way Mrs. Ashford's hand trembled slightly as she held the locket, and the way her eyes kept darting toward the oak's massive trunk, as if expecting to see something, or someone, emerge from behind its ancient bulk. There were layers here, mysteries wrapped in mysteries, the kind of gentle puzzle that made life interesting without making it dangerous. "Perhaps you'd join me for tea this afternoon," Miss Marple suggested. "I have a lovely Earl Grey, and my cook Mrs. Knight has been experimenting with a new recipe for seed cake. We could discuss the locket properly, and you could tell me what you know about our village's longest resident." She gestured toward the oak with a smile that held just the right amount of innocent curiosity. Mrs. Ashford considered this invitation for a long moment, her fingers tracing the tarnished surface of the locket. Finally she nodded. "Yes, I think that would be wise. There are some stories that shouldn't be told standing in the open, even in a place as peaceful as St. Mary Mead." She handed the locket back to Miss Marple. "Keep it safe until then. It's been waiting a long time to tell its story." As Mrs. Ashford walked away, moving with the careful dignity of someone who had learned to navigate the world despite the fragility of advanced years, Miss Marple found herself studying the locket more closely. The pattern etched into its surface wasn't random. She could see now that it depicted not just roses but an entire garden scene, complete with what appeared to be the outline of a large tree. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the work of someone who had taken great care to create something beautiful and lasting. She turned it over in her palm, noting the way the silver caught the morning light, and discovered a tiny inscription on the back so worn by time and weather that she had to squint to make out the words, "Until the oak remembers." The phrase sent a small shiver through her, not of fear but of recognition. This was the sort of romantic sentiment that belonged to an earlier era, when lovers wrote poetry to each other, and young women pressed flowers between the pages of books. It spoke of patience and waiting, of faith that time would eventually reveal what was hidden. It was exactly the sort of mystery that Miss Marple found irresistible, not because it promised danger or excitement, but because it promised understanding, the satisfaction of seeing how seemingly random events connected to form a coherent story. She slipped the locket into her pocket and made her way back to her cottage, her roses temporarily forgotten. Mrs. Knight would be arriving soon to prepare breakfast, and there were preparations to make for the afternoon's tea. But first Miss Marple wanted to spend some quiet time with her thoughts, piecing together what she knew about Mrs. Ashford and considering what questions she should ask when they met properly. The village was fully awake now, settled into its morning rhythm. Dr. Haydock was making his rounds, his medical bag swinging from his hand as he walked with the purposeful stride of a man who took his responsibilities seriously. The Bantry children were being shepherded toward the school by their governess, their voices bright with the kind of energy that only children possess. Mrs. Price Ridley was already positioned at her front window, ready to observe and comment on the day's activities with the authority of someone who considered herself the village's unofficial social chronicler. It was, Miss Marple reflected as she opened her garden gate, exactly the sort of morning when mysteries revealed themselves to those who knew how to look. The locket seemed to pulse gently in her pocket, a small weight full of possibilities. She had the distinct feeling that this was only the beginning, that the shadow of the old oak held more secrets than could be contained in a single tarnished piece of jewellery. As she reached her front door, she paused and looked back toward the green. The oak stood as it had for centuries, its branches swaying gently in the morning breeze, its leaves whispering secrets to the wind. But now Miss Marple found herself wondering what stories those leaves might tell, what memories were buried in the earth beneath those ancient roots. She had always believed that villages were repositories of stories, that every community held within itself the complete history of human experience writ small. Love and loss, hope and disappointment, the grand dramas and quiet comedies that made up the substance of ordinary life, All of it was there, if one knew how to look. The locket was simply an invitation to look more closely, to pay attention to the stories that the village itself was trying to tell. Miss Marple smiled as she stepped into her cottage, already planning the questions she would ask Mrs. Ashford over tea and seed cake. The morning had begun with mist and roses, and had revealed itself to hold much more interesting possibilities. She had the distinct feeling that before this particular story was finished, she would know a great deal more about the secret life of St. Mary Mead, and about the long memory of ancient oak trees that stood witness to the passing of generations. The locket would keep its secrets for a few more hours, but Miss Marple was a patient woman, and she had learned that the best stories were always worth waiting for. The gentle tick of Miss Marple's mantelpiece clock counted out the morning hours with the steady patience of something that understood the true value of time. She sat in her favourite armchair beside the window, a delicate china cup balanced on her knee, watching the village of St. Mary Mead settle into its daily rhythm, while the mysterious locket rested on the small table beside her, like a question waiting to be answered. The morning light had strengthened, burning away the last wisps of mist to reveal her world in all its comfortable, familiar detail. Yet today, even the most ordinary sights seemed touched with possibility. Mrs. Knight had arrived precisely at 8 o'clock, as she had every morning for the past 15 years, her ample figure bustling through the kitchen door with the kind of cheerful efficiency that made households run smoothly. The sound of breakfast preparations, the gentle sizzle of eggs in the pan, the soft clink of crockery being arranged, provided a soothing counterpoint to Miss Marple's thoughts as she considered what she knew about Eleanor Ashford and what questions she might ask over afternoon tea. By 9 o'clock, Miss Marple had finished her breakfast of soft-boiled eggs and toast soldiers, dressed herself in a sensible tweed skirt and cream-coloured blouse, and set out for her morning rounds of the village. These daily excursions were as much a part of her routine as her morning tea, but they served a purpose beyond mere exercise. A village, Miss Marple had long ago discovered, was like a living organism, constantly changing and adapting, and one could only understand its health and mood by observing it closely and regularly. The morning air carried the mingled scents of breakfast cooking, bacon from the vicarage, fresh bread from Mullin's bakery, and the slightly sharp smell of soap and water from cottages where weekly washing was already underway. Children's voices rose and fell as they made their way to school, their leather satchels bouncing against their backs, their conversations a delightful mixture of schoolyard gossip and the kind of innocent observations that adults had forgotten how to make. Miss Marple paused outside her gate, ostensibly to deadhead a climbing rose, but actually to listen to young Timothy Bantry explaining to his sister why earthworms were, in his considered opinion, far more interesting than arithmetic. They can regenerate, you see, Timothy was saying with the authority of his 10 years. Cut one in half and it becomes 2 earthworms. Rather like magic, really, only scientific. His sister, 8-year-old Penelope, considered this gravely. Does it hurt them, do you suppose, being cut in half? I shouldn't think so, Timothy replied. After all, they don't seem to mind, and they do become twice as useful in the garden. Miss Marple smiled as the children continued on their way. There was something profoundly reassuring about the certainty of childhood, the way children could reduce the complexities of existence to simple, practical considerations. She tucked the locket deeper into her pocket and set off toward the heart of the village, where the serious business of morning gossip would already be underway. The high street of St. Mary Mead was not, by any stretch of imagination, actually high. It meandered gently between cottages and shops with the relaxed air of a street that had never felt the need to hurry anywhere. The buildings reflected centuries of English village architecture, Tudor timber framing alongside Georgian brick, Victorian Gothic revival sitting comfortably next to medieval stone, all weathered into harmony by time and the English climate. It was the sort of street that travel writers described as picturesque and urban dwellers dreamed about during their commutes through grey city mornings. Miss Marple's first stop was always Mullin's bakery, where the aroma of fresh bread and pastries created a warm, yeasty cloud that seemed to embrace customers before they even crossed the threshold. Arthur Mullins, a man whose considerable girth testified to his faith in his own products, greeted her with the kind of genuine pleasure that came from years of pleasant daily interactions. "Morning, Miss Marple. Lovely day after yesterday's rain, isn't it? Made the roses come along beautifully, I'll wager." He was already reaching for the paper bag that would hold her daily purchase, 2 currant buns for her tea, and a small loaf of the brown bread that Mrs. Knight preferred for toast. "Indeed it has, Mr. Mullins. Though I must say the village looked quite mysterious in this morning's mist, almost like something from a fairy tale." Miss Marple accepted her purchases while managing to sound casually conversational. "I encountered Mrs. Ashford near the oak tree. You know, the elderly lady who lives in that cottage behind the church. I don't believe I've seen her about very much." Arthur Mullins' expression shifted slightly, the way faces do when a conversation touches on something more complex than the weather or the quality of the morning's baking. "Ah, Mrs. Ashford. Yes, she keeps to herself mostly. Been in the village. Oh, must be going on 20 years now, but she's never been one for socialising. Pays her bills promptly, attends church regular as clockwork, but doesn't really mix, if you know what I mean." "How interesting." Miss Marple adjusted her handbag while appearing to give this information only polite attention. "I had the impression she knew quite a lot about village history. She mentioned something about the oak tree having stories to tell." "Well, she would know about that, I suppose." Mullins leaned across the counter with the air of someone settling in for a proper conversation. The bakery was empty except for themselves, which meant he could indulge in the kind of speculative discussion that made village life endlessly fascinating. Came here from London, she did, after her husband passed. But the strange thing is, she seemed to know the village already. Knew which cottage had been the smithy, which path led to the old mill, that sort of thing. Almost like she'd been here before, though nobody remembered her from earlier times. This was precisely the sort of detail that made Miss Marple's mental filing system sit up and take notice. People didn't usually know intimate details about places they'd never visited, and elderly widows didn't typically choose to relocate to villages where they had no connections unless there were reasons that went deeper than simple preference for rural life. Perhaps she visited as a child, Miss Marple suggested, though her tone invited further speculation. Could be, though. Mullins glanced around as if checking for eavesdroppers, then lowered his voice to the confidential tone reserved for truly interesting gossip. "Mrs. Dane at the post office. You know how she's got that memory for faces? She swears Mrs. Ashford reminds her of someone from the old days. Can't quite place it, but she says there's something familiar about her, something that goes back further than 20 years. Miss Marple filed this information away with the satisfaction of someone adding another piece to a slowly forming puzzle. How fascinating. And she's been interested in local history all this time. Oh yes, regular visitor to the churchyard she is. Spends hours reading the old headstones, copying down dates and names. Reverend Clement says she's made herself quite useful, actually. Helped him sort out some confusion about the parish records from the last century. Seems to have a real gift for understanding how families connected to each other over the generations." The bakery door chimed as Mrs. Price Ridley entered, her formidable presence immediately filling the small space with the kind of energy that made conversations about mysterious neighbours seem suddenly inappropriate. Miss Marple collected her purchases with murmured thanks and made her escape, but not before noticing the way Mrs. Price Ridley's sharp eyes tracked her every movement with the intensity of someone who considered it her civic duty to monitor the morning's activities. The post office was her next destination, the small building that served as the nervous system of village communication. Here, letters were sorted, packages distributed, and the vital flow of information that kept St. Mary Mead functioning as a community was managed with the efficient competence that had made the British Postal Service the envy of the world. Mrs. Dane, the postmistress, possessed what was arguably the village's most valuable resource, an encyclopedic knowledge of everyone's correspondence, combined with a discretion that allowed her to hint at interesting developments without actually betraying postal confidentiality. "Morning, Miss Marple," Mrs. Dane greeted her with the brisk friendliness of someone who understood that the post office was more than just a place of business. It was a social institution, Nothing for you today, I'm afraid, but there's quite a bit going through for Mrs. Ashford. Letters from London mostly, and one from what looked like a solicitor's office. This was delivered with the kind of meaningful emphasis that suggested Mrs. Dane considered it worthy of attention. Miss Marple accepted the information with the appropriate degree of interest, while pretending to examine a display of commemorative stamps featuring British birds. "Mrs. Ashford seems to be a woman of many interests," Miss Marple observed. "I encountered her this morning near the oak tree, and she appeared to know quite a lot about village history." "Oh, she does indeed." Mrs. Dane settled more comfortably behind her counter, clearly prepared to share what she knew. "Regular correspondent she is, with the Historical Society in London, always sending off letters and receiving packages of documents and photographs. Research, she calls it, though what exactly she's researching has never been clear to me." The post office door opened to admit young Dr. Haydock, his medical bag in hand and his expression bearing the slightly harried look of a man who had already dealt with 2 cases of imaginary ailments and 1 genuine but minor emergency before 10 o'clock in the morning. Miss Marple exchanged pleasantries with him, while mentally noting that Mrs. Ashford's mysterious research activities were apparently extensive enough to require regular communication with London institutions. Her final stop of the morning was the village green itself, where she settled onto the wooden bench with the stated purpose of enjoying the morning sunshine, but with the actual intention of observing the ancient oak from a different perspective. The tree looked exactly as it always had, massive, dignified, unchanging, but Miss Marple found herself seeing it with new eyes, wondering what secrets it might have witnessed over the centuries of its existence. The village was fully alive now, humming with the quiet activity that marked a proper English morning. Mrs. Bantry was hanging washing on the line behind her cottage, the white sheets and pillowcases snapping like flags in the gentle breeze. The vicar was visible in his garden, apparently engaged in theological debate with a rosebush that wasn't blooming to his satisfaction. 2 elderly men, Mr. Petherick and Colonel Melchett, had taken up residence on the bench outside the Blue Boar, where they were settling the world's problems with the authority of gentlemen who had read the morning newspapers and formed definitive opinions. From her position on the green, Miss Marple could see the cottage where Eleanor Ashford lived, a modest building tucked behind the church in what had once been the sexton's residence. It was well maintained but anonymous, the sort of place where someone could live quietly without drawing attention to themselves. The windows were clean but curtained, the small garden neat but unremarkable. It was, Miss Marple reflected, exactly the sort of dwelling chosen by someone who wanted to be part of a community without becoming the subject of community speculation. Yet speculation was exactly what Mrs. Ashford had attracted, simply by being knowledgeable about things she shouldn't have known and interested in research that appeared to serve no obvious purpose. Add to that the mysterious locket with its romantic inscription, and the woman's obvious familiarity with objects that had been buried beneath the oak for unknown years, and the result was the kind of gentle mystery that made village life endlessly intriguing. Miss Marple reached into her pocket and withdrew the locket, turning it over in her hands while considering what she had learned during her morning's investigations. Eleanor Ashford was a woman with connections to London, an interest in local history that went beyond casual curiosity, and knowledge of the village that seemed to predate her official arrival by some 20 years. She received legal correspondence, maintained contact with historical societies, and possessed the kind of detailed familiarity with St. Mary Mead that usually came only from long residence or deep personal connection. The inscription on the locket, "Until the Oak Remembers," suggested that whatever story the jewellery was meant to tell was connected not just to the tree, but to time itself, to the patient accumulation of memory and meaning that gave places their deeper significance. Villages like St. Mary Mead were palimpsests, Miss Marple knew, layers of human experience written over and over on the same piece of ground, with each generation adding its own stories while the deeper narratives remained hidden beneath the surface. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she almost missed the approaching footsteps. Almost, but not quite. Living in a village had taught her to be aware of her surroundings even when her mind was occupied elsewhere. And something in the quality of these particular footsteps, hesitant, purposeful, deliberately quiet, made her look up with interest. Eleanor Ashford was walking across the green toward her, moving with the careful dignity that marked her every action. She was dressed as she had been that morning, in clothing that suggested genteel poverty worn with pride, and her expression carried the focused intensity of someone who had reached a decision after considerable internal debate. "Miss Marple," she said as she approached the bench, "I hope you don't mind my interrupting your morning constitutional, but I found myself thinking about our conversation earlier, about the locket and about stories that need telling. Please do sit down." Miss Marple gestured to the space beside her on the bench. "I've been thinking about it as well, actually. Thinking about the village and about how much history these old places hold." Eleanor Ashford settled herself carefully on the bench, her hands folded in her lap with the precise composure of someone who had learned to present a calm exterior regardless of internal turbulence. For a long moment, both women sat in comfortable silence, watching the quiet activity of village life unfold around them. "You asked this morning about the oak," Eleanor said eventually, her voice soft enough that anyone passing would have heard only the murmur of elderly women sharing pleasant conversation. "About the stories it could tell. The truth is, Miss Marple, that tree has been the keeper of more secrets than any of us imagine, including, I believe, the secret of that locket you found." Miss Marple turned to study her companion's profile, noting the way Eleanor's eyes remained fixed on the massive trunk of the oak tree, as if she were reading something written in its bark that was invisible to others. There was something in her expression, a mixture of sadness and resolution, that suggested they were approaching the heart of whatever mystery had brought them together. "I have the feeling," Miss Marple said gently, "that you know considerably more about this locket than you told me this morning, and considerably more about why it was buried beneath our ancient oak." Eleanor Ashford's hands tightened slightly in her lap, the only visible sign of inattention. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone who had carried a secret for so long that its revelation felt both terrifying and inevitable. "The locket belongs to a story that began more than 30 years ago, Miss Marple. A story about love and loss, about promises made and kept, about the way some secrets can only be safely buried in the shadow of something that will outlive us all." She paused, her gaze finally shifting from the oak to meet Miss Marple's eyes directly. "It's a story I never thought I would tell anyone, but perhaps it's time." The morning breeze stirred the leaves of the oak tree, creating a sound like whispered conversations, like secrets being shared between the present and the past. Miss Marple felt the familiar thrill that came with approaching the centre of a mystery, the moment when scattered pieces began to arrange themselves into a coherent pattern. "I think," she said quietly, "that this afternoon's tea cannot come soon enough." The afternoon light in Miss Marple's sitting room possessed that particular golden quality that belonged exclusively to English summers, filtering through her lace curtains to cast gentle patterns on the Persian carpet, and warming the air to exactly the temperature that made proper conversation possible. Eleanor Ashford sat in the wing-back chair opposite her hostess, a delicate china teacup balanced in her lap, her weathered hands wrapped around it as if drawing comfort from its warmth. Between them on the small mahogany table sat the mysterious locket, its tarnished surface catching occasional glints of sunlight like a small star fallen to earth. Mrs. Knight had outdone herself with the afternoon preparations. The seed cake sat on its cut glass stand, golden and fragrant with caraway, surrounded by thin cucumber sandwiches cut into precise triangles, and small butter biscuits that seemed to melt on the tongue. The Earl Grey tea steamed gently in Miss Marple's best china pot, the one with the hand-painted roses that had belonged to her mother, while the afternoon settled around them with the peaceful weight of time deliberately taken rather than hurried through. "I suppose," Eleanor began, her voice barely above a whisper, "that every village has its secrets, but St. Mary Mead seems to specialise in the kind that hide in plain sight, buried so deeply in the ordinary rhythm of daily life that they become invisible even to those who live with them every day." She lifted the locket from the table, turning it over in her palm with the careful reverence reserved for objects that carried more than their own weight in meaning. Miss Marple poured fresh tea into both cups, the familiar ritual providing a gentle counterpoint to the expectant silence. Outside her window, the village was settling into its afternoon routine. Children released from school playing elaborate games of tag around the green, housewives hanging out, washing that would catch the last warmth of the day, elderly gentlemen emerging for their constitutional walks with walking sticks, and firmly held opinions about the state of modern youth. The story begins in 1904, Eleanor continued, her eyes focused on something far beyond the comfortable confines of Miss Marple's sitting room. The year I turned 17, and the year I fell in love with a young man whose family had lived in St Mary Mead for generations, while mine had only recently arrived from London when my father's business interest required country air for his health. Miss Marple settled back in her chair with the satisfied feeling of someone who had anticipated correctly. Eleanor Ashford had not simply moved to St Mary Mead 20 years ago. She had returned, carrying with her the accumulated weight of decades spent away from a place that had never really released its claim on her heart. His name was James Whitmore, Eleanor said, and something in the way she spoke the name suggested it was the first time she had said it aloud in many years. He was 22, just returned from university with ideas about improving agricultural techniques and grand plans for modernising his family's farm. We met at the Harvest Festival, when the entire village gathered around the oak tree for dancing and celebration, and I suppose you could say it was love at first sight, though that phrase has become so common it hardly captures the particular quality of what we felt. She paused to sip her tea, and Miss Marple noticed the slight tremor in her hands, not the tremor of age, but the deeper shake that comes from revisiting emotions that have been carefully locked away for decades. Outside, the afternoon light was beginning to change, taking on the softer tones that announced evening's gradual approach. We were engaged by Christmas, Eleanor continued, though quietly, as my father had concerns about James's prospects, and his family had reservations about my London background. It was the sort of cautious courtship that belonged to that era, all proper chaperoning and carefully observed proprieties, but we found ways to meet privately, usually near the oak tree where we had first danced together. Miss Marple could picture it perfectly. The young couple stealing moments of intimacy in the shadow of the ancient tree, their love story playing out against the backdrop of Edwardian propriety and rural tradition. It was the kind of romance that belonged in novels, all whispered promises and stolen kisses, made more precious by the obstacles that society and family expectations placed in its path. The locket was James's Christmas gift to me, Eleanor said, opening the tarnished clasp to reveal the faded photograph within. Miss Marple leaned forward to see the image, a young man with kind eyes and a gentle smile, his face bearing the confident optimism that belonged to an age when the future seemed full of possibility rather than shadow. He had it specially made by a jeweller in London, with the rose pattern to match my favourite flowers, and the inscription that seemed so romantic at the time. "Until the oak remembers," Miss Marple murmured, understanding now why the phrase had seemed to carry such weight. "He was promising to love you as long as the tree stood witness." Exactly. Eleanor's smile held equal measures of warmth and sadness. We planned to marry in the spring of 1905 after the planting season, with the ceremony in St Mary Mead Church and the reception in the field beside the oak tree. We had everything arranged. The banns were to be read, the invitations prepared, my wedding dress ordered from a shop in London that specialised in the sort of elegant simplicity that suited a country bride. But Miss Marple, experienced in the ways that life could disrupt even the most carefully laid plans, sensed that this story did not end with wedding bells and happily ever after. There was something in Eleanor's voice, a subtle shift that warned of complications, of the kind of tragic interruption that transformed love stories into ghost stories. "What happened?" she asked gently, though she suspected she already knew the broad outline of the answer. Eleanor set down her teacup and walked to the window, where she stood looking out at the village green and the oak tree that had been the silent witness to her youthful romance. The afternoon light caught the silver in her hair, transforming it into something that seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. "February of 1905, she said quietly. "James developed a fever, nothing dramatic at first, just the kind of winter ailment that everyone expected to pass with rest and proper nursing. But it didn't pass. It worsened, and within a week he was delirious, and within a fortnight. She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. Death had been a much more frequent visitor in those days, taking young and old with equal arbitrariness, leaving behind the kind of sudden, devastating grief that could reshape entire lives. Miss Marple felt the familiar ache of sympathy that came with hearing stories of love cut short by tragedy. She had lived long enough to know that every village held such stories, that behind the comfortable facades of ordinary life lay the accumulated sorrows of generations of people who had loved and lost, and somehow found ways to continue living, despite the weight of what they carried. "I was with him at the end," Eleanor continued, her voice so soft that Miss Marple had to lean forward to catch the words. "He was lucid for just a few moments before he left. Long enough to take the locket from around my neck and ask me to bury it beneath the oak tree, as a promise that someday, when enough time had passed, our love would be remembered properly. And you did as he asked." "That very night. I waited until the village was asleep, then took a small spade from our garden shed and went to the oak tree under the full moon. The ground was frozen, but I managed to scrape out a shallow hole among the roots, and I buried the locket with all the ceremony I could manage, whispering promises about remembrance and eternal love and all the things that seemed important when grief was too fresh for wisdom." Miss Marple could picture the scene, the young woman alone in the moonlight, her heart broken but her hands steady as she performed this final act of devotion. It was the sort of romantic gesture that belonged to youth, beautiful in its sincerity even as experience might question its wisdom. "But you left St. Mary Mead after that," Miss Marple observed. Ellen nodded, still gazing out the window. "Within the month. My father's health continued to decline, and he decided we should return to London where medical care was more readily available. I had no reason to stay. James was gone. His family was kind but uncomfortable with reminders of his loss, and the village held too many memories for comfortable daily life." She returned to her chair, settling herself with the careful movements of someone whose body carried the accumulated weight of 9 decades. "I married eventually in London. A good man, Charles Ashford, who understood that my heart carried scars but was generous enough to love me despite them. We had a comfortable life, no children but many friends, and I learned to be happy in the way that people do when they accept that life rarely provides the fairy tale endings we dream of in youth." The afternoon light was fading now, the golden warmth giving way to the softer tones of the early evening. Miss Marple could hear the distant sound of the church bells marking the hour, their familiar chiming marking the passage of time with the same patient persistence they had maintained for centuries. "But you never forgot about the locket," Miss Marple said. "How could I?" It represented not just James and our brief happiness, but a promise made in grief and kept in silence. For 30 years I carried the knowledge that it was there, waiting beneath the oak tree, holding our story until time made it safe to remember without pain. Eleanor reached for the locket again, studying its tarnished surface with eyes that seemed to see not just the present object, but the shining new piece of jewellery it had been when love was young and loss was unimaginable. When Charles died 5 years ago, I found myself thinking more and more about St. Mary Mead, about promises made and kept, about the oak tree that had witnessed both joy and sorrow. I began to correspond with the local historical society, researching property records and family genealogies, trying to understand how the village had changed during my absence. "And you decided to return," Miss Marple prompted gently. "Eventually. It took me 3 years to work up the courage, but finally I realised that I was an old woman with unfinished business, and that if I didn't act soon, the opportunity would be lost forever. I found the cottage behind the church. It seemed appropriate somehow, close enough to the oak tree to maintain the connection, but far enough from the centre of village life to avoid unwanted attention." Miss Marple nodded, understanding now why Eleanor had seemed familiar to people like Mrs. Dane at the post office. The face might have aged and changed, but something essential had remained the same, some quality that connected the elderly widow with the young woman who had once danced beneath the oak tree on harvest festival nights. "But you didn't retrieve the locket immediately," Miss Marple observed. Eleanor smiled, the first genuinely happy expression Miss Marple had seen on her face. I confess I lost my nerve. After 20 years away, I couldn't quite bring myself to dig up what I had buried in grief and moonlight. What if it had been disturbed? What if time and weather had destroyed it? What if the memories it contained were better left undisturbed? So you waited, and watched, and became the village historian instead, Miss Marple said with understanding. Learning about the families and the stories, becoming part of the community again without revealing your original connection to it. Exactly. I told myself I was conducting research, but really I was trying to find the courage to face my own past. And then this morning. Eleanor's voice trailed off, but her meaning was clear. This morning the oak tree decided it was time, Miss Marple suggested gently. Perhaps all that rain yesterday loosened the earth around the roots, or perhaps it was simply meant to be found when it was found. Either way, 30 years of patient waiting has come to an end. The two women sat in comfortable silence as the evening light continued to fade, each lost in contemplation of the story that had just been shared. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the strange mathematics of time and memory, the way that pain eventually transformed into something softer, more manageable, though never entirely forgotten. "There's something else," Eleanor said eventually, her voice carrying a note of uncertainty that hadn't been there before. "Something I noticed this morning when you found the locket, but wasn't sure how to mention." "Yes?" Eleanor hesitated, then seemed to reach a decision. "When I buried it all those years ago, I wasn't entirely alone. There was someone else there, watching from the shadows, someone I assumed was simply a villager who couldn't sleep and had come out to enjoy the moonlight. We never spoke, but I had the distinct impression that whoever it was understood what I was doing and approved of it." Miss Marple felt a small thrill of curiosity. "Did you recognize who it was?" "At the time, no. But this morning, when you found the locket and we were standing together beneath the oak tree, I suddenly remembered something about that shadowy figure from 30 years ago. Something about the way they stood or moved or—" Eleanor shook her head. "It sounds foolish, but I could have sworn that whoever watched me bury the locket was you, Miss Marple. Though of course that's impossible. You would have been much younger then, and I have no reason to believe you were even living in St. Mary Mead in 1905. Miss Marple set down her teacup very carefully, her mind racing through memories and possibilities. She had indeed been living in St. Mary Mead in 1905. She had been a young woman of 21, helping to care for an ageing aunt who lived in the cottage that was now her own. And she did remember a particularly bright February night when she'd been unable to sleep, and had gone out into the garden for air, only to see a figure moving purposefully across the village green toward the oak tree. "Actually," Miss Marple said slowly, "I think it quite possible that it was indeed me. I was living here in 1905, and I do remember that night. The moon was full, and I had been sitting by my aunt's bedside while she recovered from bronchitis. When she finally fell asleep peacefully, I stepped outside for some fresh air and saw someone near the oak tree." Eleanor stared at her, the locket forgotten in her hands. "You were there? You saw me?" "I saw someone performing what appeared to be a private ritual of some kind. I was too far away to see clearly, and it seemed like something that should be left undisturbed, so I simply watched quietly until you finished and returned to your cottage." Miss Marple paused, struck by the strange symmetry of the moment. "It never occurred to me to wonder what you were burying, but I remember thinking that whatever it was clearly important to you." The evening shadows were lengthening now, transforming Miss Marple's sitting room into a softer, more mysterious space. The locket seemed to pulse gently between them, a small talisman that had somehow managed to bring together past and present in a way that felt less like coincidence than like destiny. "So you see," Miss Marple continued gently, "in a sense, I have been a keeper of your secret for 30 years, even without knowing what secret I was keeping. And now that the oak tree has decided it's time for that secret to be revealed, perhaps it's also time for us to consider what should be done with it." Eleanor looked out the window toward the oak tree, its massive form now silhouetted against the deepening twilight. I had hoped that perhaps we might return it to where it belongs, not buried again, but placed somewhere appropriate, somewhere that honours the memory it contains while acknowledging, that some stories deserve to be remembered rather than hidden. Miss Marple followed her gaze, considering the ancient tree that had been the silent witness to love and loss, promises made and kept, the endless cycle of human joy and sorrow that gave villages their deeper meaning. The oak had indeed been patient, holding secrets in its shadow until time made them safe to share. "I think," Miss Marple said softly, "that sounds like exactly the right thing to do, and I think I know just the place." The morning after Eleanor's revelations dawned with the kind of crystalline clarity that seemed to wash the world clean, as if the previous evening's sharing of long-held secrets had somehow purified the very air around St. Mary Mead. Miss Marple woke earlier than usual, drawn from sleep by birdsong that seemed more melodious than ordinary and light that appeared to hold promises of discoveries yet to be made. She lay in her comfortable bed for several minutes, watching dust motes dance in the sunbeams that slanted through her bedroom window, while her mind turned over the extraordinary story Eleanor Ashford had shared over tea and seed cake. The locket now rested on her bedside table, its tarnished surface catching the morning light with what seemed like renewed purpose. During the night, Miss Marple had found herself thinking about the strange mathematics of coincidence and destiny, wondering whether the oak tree had indeed somehow orchestrated the timing of its revelation, or whether human hearts simply recognized the moments when old wounds had healed sufficiently to bear examination in daylight. Mrs. Knight arrived at her usual hour, bustling through the kitchen door with arms full of fresh provisions from her early morning expedition to the village shops. The sound of breakfast preparations provided a comforting counterpoint to Miss Marple's thoughts, as she dressed carefully in her best walking costume, a deep blue woolen dress with sensible shoes and her most practical hat. She had the feeling that today would require both physical activity and mental acuity, and she wanted to be properly equipped for whatever discoveries lay ahead. "Lovely morning, Miss Marple," Mrs. Knight called from the kitchen as the scent of frying bacon and fresh toast began to fill the cottage. "The whole village is talking about something or other. Couldn't quite make out what, but there's definitely excitement in the air. Mrs. Bantry was at the baker's before I was, and you know she's never an early riser unless something's stirring." Miss Marple smiled as she pinned her hat carefully in place. Village excitement was like a form of weather, detectable by those who knew how to read the signs. Earlier shopping expeditions, longer conversations at garden gates, and the kind of animated, whispered conferences that took place outside the post office when news was too interesting to wait for proper social calls. "I suspect," Miss Marple said as she entered the kitchen for breakfast, "that today may prove to be rather more eventful than most, though whether that's good or bad remains to be seen." Over breakfast, soft-boiled eggs with soldiers of toast exactly as she preferred them, Miss Marple considered her next steps. Eleanor's story had answered many questions, but it had also raised new ones, particularly about the Whitmore family and what had become of them in the decades following James's tragic death. If she was going to help Eleanor find an appropriate resting place for the locket and its memories, she would need to understand the full context of the story, including the threads that connected past and present in ways that might not be immediately obvious. Her first destination was the church, where parish records dating back centuries were kept in the vestry under Reverend Clement's careful stewardship. The rector was a scholarly man who took genuine pleasure in the historical detective work that old documents required, and Miss Marple suspected he would be both willing and able to help her trace the genealogical connections that time had obscured. The morning air carried the mingled scents of honeysuckle and roses as she walked through the village, noting the way the light fell differently now that she understood something of the stories hidden beneath St. Mary Mead's peaceful surface. The oak tree looked exactly as it always had, but she found herself seeing it with new appreciation for its role as keeper of village memory, witness to the countless small dramas that made up the substance of community life. Reverend Clement was in his study when she arrived, surrounded by the comfortable chaos of books, papers and correspondence that marked a man who took his intellectual responsibilities seriously. He looked up from his writing with the pleased expression of someone welcoming an interruption that promised to be more interesting than sermon preparation. "Miss Marple? How delightful. I was just wrestling with next Sunday's lesson on the parable of the hidden treasure, and finding myself rather stuck on the question of whether some things are meant to remain buried, or whether divine providence occasionally arranges for their discovery at precisely the right moment. "How remarkably appropriate," Miss Marple said, settling herself in the chair across from his desk. "I wonder if I might impose upon your expertise with parish records." "I'm researching the Whitmore family, particularly a young man named James who would have died in February of 1905. Reverend Clement's eyebrows rose with interest. "The Whitmores? Now there's a name I haven't heard in some time. Yes, I believe there are several entries in the burial register from that period. Shall we have a look?" The parish records were kept in large leather-bound volumes, their pages filled with centuries of careful handwriting, documenting the major events in village life. Reverend Clement pulled down the volume covering the early 1900s and began turning pages with the gentle reverence appropriate to historical documents. "Here we are," he said, pointing to an entry written in careful copperplate. "James Robert Whitmore, aged 22, buried February 15th, 1905. Cause of death listed as fever. Survived by parents Robert and Margaret Whitmore and a sister." He squinted at the faded ink. "Sarah, I believe. Yes, Sarah Whitmore." Miss Marple felt a small thrill of discovery. "Do you know what became of the family after James's death?" Reverend Clement frowned thoughtfully, turning additional pages as he searched his memory and the records simultaneously. "I seem to recall hearing that the parents died within a few years. Grief, perhaps, or simply the natural progression of age. But the sister—" He paused, consulting another volume. "Ah, yes, here she is. Sarah Whitmore married. Let me see. Married Thomas Fletcher in 1907. So she became Sarah Fletcher after that." "Fletcher," Miss Marple repeated, the name striking a chord of recognition. "Would that be connected to the Fletcher family that runs the grocery shop?" "Indeed it would. Young Mrs. Fletcher, that would be Sarah's granddaughter-in-law, I believe. Her husband David is Sarah's grandson. So the Whitmore line continues, though under a different name." Reverend Clement looked up from the records with satisfaction. "It's quite remarkable how these family connections persist through the generations, even when the original names disappear from common usage." Miss Marple found herself thinking about Eleanor Ashford, living quietly behind the church for 20 years, while James Whitmore's own family continued their lives just a few streets away, completely unaware that the village harboured someone who remembered their ancestor with such devoted affection. It was the sort of gentle irony that made village life endlessly fascinating to those who understood how to read its deeper patterns. "I don't suppose," Miss Marple said carefully, "that you know anything about James Whitmore's personal life, whether he was engaged to be married, for instance." Reverend Clement consulted the records again, his scholarly instincts engaged by the puzzle. "There's no formal record of engagement in the parish documents, but—" He turned several pages, examining entries with growing interest. "How curious! There's a note here about wedding banns that were never read. James Whitmore and—" He squinted at the faded entry. "Eleanor something. The surname is quite illegible, I'm afraid." "Eleanor," Miss Marple repeated softly, though she showed no outward sign of the satisfaction this confirmation provided. "How tragic that they never had the opportunity to marry." "Indeed. Though I suspect," Reverend Clement said with the gentle wisdom of someone who had counselled many grieving hearts over the years, "that true love finds ways to endure even when circumstances prevent its earthly fulfilment. The bonds formed between souls are not easily broken by mere physical separation." Miss Marple thanked the rector for his assistance and made her way back into the morning sunshine, her mind turning over the connections she had discovered. Sarah Whitmore Fletcher's descendants were still living in St. Mary Mead, carrying on the family line that James had been unable to continue. It seemed only appropriate that they should know something of their ancestor's story, particularly since Eleanor was seeking a way to honour his memory properly. Her next stop was Fletcher's Grocery, a modest establishment that had served the village's daily needs for several generations. The current proprietors, David and Margaret Fletcher, were a middle-aged couple who combined efficient business practices with the kind of genuine interest in their customers' welfare that made village shops the social centres of their communities. David Fletcher was arranging a display of summer vegetables when Miss Marple entered, his weathered hands moving with the practised efficiency of someone who understood that presentation was as important as quality in the grocery business. He looked up with the pleased expression of a shopkeeper greeting a valued customer. "Good morning, Miss Marple. Lovely day, isn't it? What can I help you with this morning?" "Good morning, Mr. Fletcher. Actually, I was hoping I might ask you about your family history. I've been doing some research into village genealogy, and I discovered that you're descended from the Whitmore family that lived here in the early 1900s. David Fletcher paused in his work, his expression shifting to one of interest mixed with surprise. "The Whitmores?" "Well, yes, through my grandmother Sarah. She was born a Whitmore, though she married my grandfather Thomas before I was born, so I never knew the family under their original name. Why do you ask?" Miss Marple had prepared for this question, choosing her words carefully to satisfy curiosity, without revealing more than was appropriate. "I encountered someone who was researching village history, and mentioned knowing a James Whitmore who died quite young. I thought you might be interested to learn more about your family's earlier generations." "James Whitmore," David repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, Grandmother Sarah used to mention him sometimes when I was small. Her older brother, I believe. She always said he was a wonderful young man who died far too soon, though she never talked about the details. It made her too sad, I think." Margaret Fletcher emerged from the back room, carrying a tray of fresh preserves to add to the shop's displays. She was a woman of comfortable proportions and practical manner, with the kind of warm competence that made customers feel welcome and valued. "Did I hear you asking about the Whitmores?" she said, setting down her tray and dusting flour from her apron. "Sarah Fletcher, that was David's grandmother. She lived until 1925, and I knew her quite well when I was a young woman. Lovely person, very gentle, but there was always a sadness about her when she talked about her family's early days." "What sort of sadness?" Miss Marple asked gently. Margaret considered the question while arranging jars of apple butter and plum preserves with artistic precision. She used to say that her brother James had been engaged to a lovely girl from London, and that they would have been very happy together if fate hadn't intervened. She blamed herself, I think, for not keeping in touch with the girl after James died. Said she'd been too young and too overwhelmed by grief to know how to reach out to someone who was suffering the same loss. Miss Marple felt her heart contract with sympathy for both women. Eleanor, who had buried her grief in silence for decades, and Sarah, who had carried guilt about neglecting a fellow mourner. It was the sort of missed connection that created lasting regrets, the kind of small tragedy that shaped lives in ways that might never be fully understood by subsequent generations. She used to wonder, Margaret continued, what had become of that girl, whether she had found happiness eventually, whether she ever thought about James or about St. Mary Mead. Sarah always said she wished she could have told her how much James had talked about their future together, how excited he had been about their wedding plans. David Fletcher nodded, his expression thoughtful. Grandmother Sarah never quite got over the feeling that she had failed in her duty to her brother's memory by not maintaining that connection. She used to say it was one of her greatest regrets. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the strange workings of time and circumstance, the way that grief could isolate people who might have found comfort in sharing their loss. Eleanor had returned to St. Mary Mead carrying 30 years of solitary mourning, never knowing that James's sister had spent decades wishing she could reach out to the young woman who had loved her brother. "I don't suppose," Miss Marple said carefully, "that Sarah ever mentioned the girl's name." Margaret shook her head regretfully. "I'm afraid not. She always referred to her as James's Eleanor, but I never heard a surname. Why do you ask? Have you discovered something about her in your research?" Miss Marple smiled mysteriously. "Perhaps. Though I think it might be better to let sleeping dogs lie for the moment. But thank you both for sharing your memories. It helps fill in the picture of village life during that earlier era." As she left the grocery shop, Miss Marple found herself walking more slowly than usual, her mind occupied with the delicate task of weighing revelation against discretion. Eleanor deserved to know that she had been remembered with affection by James's family, that her grief had been shared and understood, even when she had felt most alone. But the question remained of how to arrange such knowledge in a way that honoured both the past and the present, that acknowledged pain without reopening wounds that had finally healed. The morning sun was climbing higher now, warming the village green where the ancient oak stood in its eternal patience. Miss Marple paused beside the tree, resting her hand on its rough bark while she considered the threads of connection that seemed to weave through St. Mary Mead like an invisible tapestry, linking past and present in ways that were only occasionally visible to human observation. The locket in her pocket seemed to pulse gently against her hand, a small reminder that some stories required not just discovery, but active participation in their resolution. Eleanor Ashford had entrusted her with a secret that had been kept for 30 years, and Miss Marple found herself thinking that perhaps the oak tree had arranged for that secret to surface at precisely the moment when it could be transformed from a source of private grief into something that might bring healing to more than one wounded heart. She was so absorbed in these thoughts that she almost missed the approaching footsteps. Almost, but not quite. When she looked up, she saw Eleanor herself walking across the green, moving with the same purposeful dignity that marked all her actions. "Miss Marple," Eleanor said as she drew near, "I hope you don't mind my seeking you out, but I found myself unable to concentrate on anything else this morning. I kept thinking about our conversation yesterday, about the locket and about what should be done with it now that its story has been told." Miss Marple smiled, understanding perfectly the restless energy that comes with decisions that have been postponed too long. "Actually, Mrs. Ashford, I've been conducting a bit of research this morning, and I believe I may have discovered something that will interest you greatly. Something about James's family, and about the connections that persist even when we think they've been lost to time." Eleanor's eyes brightened with curiosity and something that might have been hope. "What sort of connections?" "The sort," Miss Marple said gently, "that suggest the oak tree may have been even wiser than we realised in choosing this moment for revelation. But perhaps we should sit down for this conversation. I have the feeling it may take some time to explain properly." They settled together on the wooden bench that faced the oak tree, two elderly women sharing secrets in the morning sunshine while the village of St. Mary Mead continued its peaceful daily rhythm around them. And as Miss Marple began to tell Eleanor about her discoveries in the parish records and her conversation with the Fletchers, she found herself thinking that some mysteries were solved not through dramatic revelation, but through the patient work of connecting hearts that had been separated by time and circumstance, weaving them back together into the larger story of community and continuity that gave villages their deepest meaning. The locket rested between them on the bench, no longer a symbol of loss but a bridge between past and present, a small silver key that had finally found its way to the lock it was meant to open. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy of the ancient oak with a golden gentleness that seemed to transform the village green into something from a pastoral painting, all dappled light and soft shadows that danced with each breath of wind through the leaves. Eleanor Ashford sat beside Miss Marple on the weathered wooden bench, her weathered hands trembling slightly as she absorbed the implications of what she had just learned about the Fletcher family and their connection to her long-lost James. "Sarah Whitmore Fletcher," Eleanor repeated softly, as if testing the weight of the name on her tongue. "James's sister, alive until 1925, carrying her own grief and regret all those years. How extraordinary to think that we were both mourning the same loss in our separate silences, both wondering about the other, both carrying guilt about connections that seemed irretrievably broken." Miss Marple watched her companion's face with the gentle attention of someone who understood that revelations required time to settle, like sediment in disturbed water slowly finding its natural resting place. The morning's discoveries had transformed Eleanor's solitary grief into something larger and more complex, a shared family story that had been waiting 3 decades for its various threads to be woven back together. "The question now," Miss Marple said carefully, "is whether you feel ready to meet James's family properly. David and Margaret Fletcher seem like genuinely kind people, and I believe they would be honoured to know that someone who loved their ancestor has returned to St. Mary Mead. But of course, the decision must be entirely yours." Eleanor looked across the green toward Fletcher's grocery, its cheerful red door and carefully arranged window displays speaking of prosperity built through generations of patient service to the community. The thought of walking through that door and introducing herself to James's nephew seemed both terrifying and inevitable, like stepping across a threshold that had been waiting for her return for far too long. "I think," she said slowly, "that I would like very much to meet them, but perhaps not quite yet. There's something else I need to do first, something I should have done yesterday after telling you James's story." She paused, her eyes focusing on the massive trunk of the oak tree. "I need to visit the place where he's buried, to tell him that his secret is safe, and that his family will be remembered properly." Miss Marple nodded with understanding. The practical business of connecting with living relatives could wait. The spiritual necessity of honouring the dead required immediate attention. "Would you like company for that visit, or would you prefer to go alone?" "Company, I think, if you wouldn't mind. I've been alone with this story for so long that I find myself wanting to share even the difficult moments, now that sharing has become possible." They rose from the bench together, two elderly women moving with the careful dignity that comes with accumulated years and hard-won wisdom. The churchyard was only a short walk across the green, past the war memorial with its modest bronze plaque and carefully tended flower beds, through the lich gate that had welcomed mourners and celebrants for centuries of village life. The cemetery of St Mary Mead was laid out with the organic irregularity that characterised old English burial grounds, where generations of families had been interred according to custom and available space rather than geometric precision. Ancient headstones leaned at comfortable angles, their inscriptions worn smooth by decades of weather, while newer graves maintained the precise rectangles that modern sensibilities demanded. Old yew trees provided shade and continuity, their dark green permanence offering comfort to those who came to remember the dead. Eleanor moved through the cemetery with the slow certainty of someone following half-remembered directions, pausing occasionally to read inscriptions or orient herself among the varying styles of memorial stones. Miss Marple walked beside her in companionable silence, noting how the late afternoon light transformed even this place of mourning into something peaceful rather than melancholy. "Here," Eleanor said finally, stopping before a modest granite headstone that had weathered to a soft grey patina. The inscription was still clearly legible. "James Robert Whitmore, beloved son and brother, 1882 to 1905. His love endures." Miss Marple read the dates and felt the familiar pang that came with contemplating lives cut short before their full potential could be realised. 22 years seemed impossibly brief from her perspective of accumulated decades, though she suspected that James had managed to pack considerable living into his shortened span if he had earned Eleanor's devotion and his family's lasting love. Eleanor knelt carefully beside the grave, her movements deliberate despite the protest of joints that had served faithfully for 9 decades. From her handbag she withdrew a small bouquet of roses, white ones, Miss Marple noted, the traditional symbol of remembrance and eternal love, and arranged them carefully at the base of the headstone. "I'm sorry it took me so long to come back," Eleanor said softly, her words intended for the listening earth rather than for Miss Marple's ears. "I buried your locket as you asked, and I kept your secret safe, but I should have stayed to comfort your family and to be comforted by them. Fear made me selfish, and I've regretted that cowardice ever since." The afternoon breeze stirred the roses gently, as if nature itself were acknowledging the apology. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the strange mathematics of guilt and forgiveness, the way that young hearts often made decisions based on immediate pain rather than long-term wisdom, and how the weight of such decisions could shape entire lifetimes. "But I'm here now," Eleanor continued, "and your locket has been found, and your story will be told to people who can appreciate its beauty. Your Sarah's grandson runs the grocery shop with his wife, and they speak of you with love and pride. The Whitmore name may have changed, but the Whitmore heart continues in St Mary Mead, and I think you will be pleased by that continuity." She remained kneeling for several more minutes, her lips moving in what might have been prayer or private conversation, or simply the kind of communion that sometimes exists between the living and the dead when love has been strong enough to transcend the boundaries of mortality. Miss Marple waited patiently, understanding that some moments required their own natural conclusion rather than external interruption. Finally, Eleanor rose with Miss Marple's gentle assistance, brushing grass stains from her skirt with the practical motions of someone returning to the world of immediate concerns. But her face carried a peace that hadn't been there when they arrived, the kind of serenity that comes with completing long-delayed obligations. "Thank you," she said simply, "for listening to the story, for helping me understand the connections I thought had been lost, for being here while I said goodbye properly. I feel ready now to say hello to the living members of James's family." They made their way back through the cemetery, pausing at the lich gate to look back toward the oak tree that dominated the village green. From this angle, the tree seemed even more massive and permanent, its spreading branches creating a natural pavilion that had sheltered centuries of village life. Miss Marple found herself thinking about the hollow space she'd noticed at the base of its trunk, the kind of natural cavity that formed in very old trees as heartwood aged and weathered. "Eleanor," she said thoughtfully, "before we visit the Fletchers, there's something I'd like to show you about the oak tree. Something I noticed this morning but didn't have the opportunity to investigate properly." They approached the ancient tree from the side opposite the bench where they had been sitting earlier, where the massive roots created natural steps and depressions in the earth around the trunk. Miss Marple led Eleanor to a spot where the bark had grown in such a way as to create a shallow but obvious hollow, rather like a natural shrine or repository. "How curious," Eleanor said, examining the formation with interest. "It's almost as if the tree created this space deliberately, as if it knew that people might want to leave offerings or messages for safekeeping." Miss Marple knelt carefully beside the hollow and brushed away several seasons' worth of accumulated leaves and debris. What she revealed made both women catch their breath in surprise. A small collection of objects that had clearly been placed there intentionally over a considerable period of time. There was a child's wooden whistle carved with careful attention to detail, a pair of brass buttons that might have come from a military uniform, a small leather-bound journal wrapped in oilcloth, several coins of various denominations and ages, and what appeared to be additional pieces of jewellery, a man's signet ring, a delicate bracelet, and a brooch set with garnets. "Goodness," Eleanor breathed. "It appears that James and I weren't the only ones who thought of the oak as a suitable keeper of precious things." Miss Marple carefully lifted the journal, noting how the oilcloth wrapping had protected it from weather damage. The leather cover was embossed with initials TM, and bore the kind of careful craftsmanship that suggested it had been a treasured possession. She opened it cautiously, revealing pages covered in neat handwriting that was still perfectly legible despite the passage of time. "It's a diary," she said, reading the first entry with growing fascination. "May 15th, 1918. The war is nearly over, and I find myself thinking more about what peace will mean than about the battle still to be fought. If I don't return to St. Mary Mead, I want someone to know that my heart remains there, in the shadow of the oak that witnessed my childhood and my hopes for the future." Eleanor leaned closer to read over Miss Marple's shoulder, her expression reflecting the same mixture of curiosity and reverence that Miss Marple felt. "TM?" she repeated. "Do you suppose that might be one of the Mellors boys?" "I remember James mentioning that Tom Mellors had enlisted, though I don't know what became of him." Miss Marple turned several pages, scanning entries that documented a young soldier's thoughts and fears, his memories of home, and his detailed instructions about where his personal effects should be placed if he didn't survive the war. The final entry, dated August 1918, was brief but poignant. "I'm coming home. The oak will keep my secrets until I can reclaim them myself." "But he never did reclaim them," Eleanor observed softly, which suggests that Tom Mellors didn't survive his homecoming, despite surviving the war itself. It was a sobering reminder of how many young men had returned from the Great War, only to succumb to influenza or other ailments that weakened constitutions couldn't fight. Miss Marple carefully rewrapped the journal and returned it to its place in the hollow, understanding that they had discovered not just Tom Mellors' repository, but evidence of a village tradition that stretched back through generations. "It seems," she said thoughtfully, "that the oak has been serving as St. Mary Mead's unofficial safe deposit box for quite some time. People have been trusting it with their most precious possessions, knowing that its roots run deep and its memory is long." Eleanor examined the other objects with careful reverence, noting details that spoke of lives lived and stories untold. The military buttons might have belonged to another soldier, perhaps from an earlier war. The children's whistle suggested family treasures passed down through generations. The jewellery implied romantic connections and personal milestones that had seemed worth preserving in this natural sanctuary. "How extraordinary," Eleanor said. "All these years I thought James and I had discovered something unique about the oak's protective properties, but we were simply continuing a tradition that was already well established. The tree hasn't just been keeping our secret, it's been keeping the village's secrets, accumulating the private histories that make a community more than just a collection of houses and shops." Miss Marple nodded, understanding that they had stumbled upon something more significant than a simple hiding place. The hollow in the oak represented a form of collective memory, a way for people to preserve what mattered most to them, while trusting that future generations would understand and respect the sanctity of what they found. "I think," she said slowly, "that this changes how we should approach the question of your locket. Rather than simply finding it an appropriate resting place, perhaps we should consider returning it to where it belongs, not buried in shame and grief, but placed openly in this natural shrine as part of the village's acknowledged heritage." Eleanor studied the hollow and its accumulated treasures, her expression thoughtful. "You mean we should add James's locket to this collection, as a contribution to the village's collective memory, rather than as a secret to be kept hidden?" "Exactly. Let it become part of the story that St. Mary Mead tells about itself, about the people who have loved here and lost here and found ways to honour both love and loss. Your locket doesn't need to be hidden any longer. It can take its place among the other tokens that represent the heart of this community." The afternoon light was beginning to change, taking on the softer tones that announced evening's gradual approach. Around them, the village continued its peaceful daily rhythm. Children playing on their way home from school, housewives hanging out washing that would catch the last warmth of the day, elderly gentlemen emerging for their constitutional walks with the measured dignity that belonged to a generation that had learned to value leisure properly earned. Eleanor reached into her handbag and withdrew the locket, its silver surface catching the filtered sunlight with renewed purpose. For a long moment she held it in her palm, studying the engraved roses and remembering the young woman she had been when love was new and loss was unimaginable. "Yes," she said finally, "I think that's exactly right." James would approve of his locket joining this collection of village treasures. He always believed that love should be celebrated rather than hidden, that beautiful things were meant to be shared rather than hoarded. She placed the locket carefully in the hollow alongside the other objects, positioning it so that its engraved surface caught the light in a way that made the roses seem to bloom anew. It looked perfectly at home among the other tokens of love and loss, hope and remembrance, as if it had always belonged there and was simply returning to its rightful place. "There," Eleanor said with satisfaction. "Now it's part of the oak's permanent collection, available for anyone who needs to be reminded that love endures even when circumstances change, that beauty can survive loss, and that some promises are kept through patience rather than passion." Miss Marple felt the deep satisfaction that came with puzzles solved and hearts healed, with secrets transformed from burdens into blessings. The locket was no longer Eleanor's private grief, but part of the village's public heritage. No longer a symbol of loss, but evidence of love's persistence through time and change. As they prepared to leave the Oak Sanctuary and visit the Fletcher family, Miss Marple found herself thinking that some mysteries were solved not through dramatic revelation, but through the patient work of understanding how individual stories connected to larger narratives, how personal pain could be transformed into community wisdom, and how ancient trees sometimes knew better than humans when the time had come for secrets to become stories. The late afternoon light slanted through the windows of Fletcher's grocery, with the golden warmth that belonged to summer evenings in English villages, transforming the modest shop into something that seemed to glow from within. Dust motes danced in the amber air above displays of fresh vegetables and locally made preserves, while the familiar scents of herbs and spices created an atmosphere that spoke of generations of families fed and communities sustained through the patient work of shopkeeping. Miss Marple paused at the threshold, her hand resting gently on Eleanor's arm in a gesture of quiet support. She could feel the tremor of nervous anticipation that ran through her companion, the mixture of hope and fear that comes with approaching a threshold that, once crossed, would change everything forever. For 30 years, Eleanor had carried the weight of solitary grief. In the next few minutes, she would discover whether that burden could be transformed into something lighter through the alchemy of shared understanding. David Fletcher looked up from his evening inventory with the pleased expression of a shopkeeper greeting valued customers at the end of a busy day. His weathered face, marked by years of honest labour and country sunshine, held the kind of genuine warmth that made strangers feel welcome and neighbours feel appreciated. Behind him, Margaret Fletcher was arranging the last of the day's fresh bread on shelves that gleamed with careful maintenance and pride of ownership. "Miss Marple," David said with a smile that reached his eyes. "Back again so soon? I hope our conversation this morning was helpful for your historical research." "Indeed it was, Mr. Fletcher. More helpful than you might imagine." Miss Marple stepped into the shop, drawing Eleanor gently forward with her. "In fact, it led to a rather extraordinary discovery that I thought you and Mrs. Fletcher might find interesting. May I present Mrs. Eleanor Ashford, who has been living quietly in our village for the past 20 years. Eleanor stepped forward with the careful dignity that marked all her movements, her hands folded precisely at her waist, her expression carrying the composed vulnerability of someone about to reveal a long-held secret. "Mr. Fletcher, Mrs. Fletcher, it's a pleasure to meet you properly, though I confess this introduction comes with some trepidation on my part." Margaret Fletcher emerged from behind the counter, wiping her hands on her apron while studying Eleanor with the keen attention of someone whose livelihood depended on reading people accurately. Her expression reflected curiosity mixed with the instinctive kindness that good shopkeepers cultivated toward all potential customers, regardless of their apparent ability to purchase. "Mrs. Ashford, of course. You're the lady who lives in the cottage behind the church. I've seen you at Sunday services, though you always seem to slip away so quickly that proper introductions have been impossible. How lovely to finally meet you." Eleanor's smile flickered with genuine pleasure at this warm reception, though Miss Marple could see the tension in her shoulders that spoke of someone preparing for a conversation that might prove more difficult than the initial pleasantries suggested. The afternoon light continued to slant through the shop windows, creating pockets of shadow and brilliance that seemed to reflect the emotional complexity of the moment. "Actually," Eleanor said, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what she was about to reveal, "I believe we have more in common than mere residence in St. Mary Mead. You see, I knew your ancestor James Whitmore rather well, many years ago, before you were born, before your grandmother Sarah passed away, back when the world was a different place, and young people made promises they believed would last forever." David Fletcher's expression shifted from polite interest to focused attention, while Margaret set down the cloth she'd been using to dust shelves and gave Eleanor her complete concentration. The shop suddenly felt charged with expectation, as if the very air were holding its breath while waiting for revelations that might reshape family history. "James Whitmore," David repeated slowly. "My great-uncle James, who died so young. Grandmother Sarah's brother." His eyes searched Eleanor's face with growing recognition, not of her features but of something deeper, some quality that connected past and present in ways that transcended physical resemblance. "You're the girl from London, aren't you? The one he was engaged to marry?" Eleanor's composure wavered for just a moment, her eyes brightening with unshed tears that spoke of emotions too long contained. "I am. Though I was hardly more than a girl then, and London seems very far away now, and the engagement was never formally announced because events overtook our plans." Margaret Fletcher moved closer, her natural compassion overriding the social conventions that might have demanded more gradual revelation. "Oh, my dear," she said softly, "you're James's Eleanor. Grandmother Sarah spoke of you so often, wondered about you for so many years. She carried such regret about losing touch with you after the tragedy. She spoke of me." Eleanor's voice held wonder and pain in equal measure. "I had hoped, but I never dared assume. I thought perhaps the family would prefer to forget about the girl who might have been but never was." David Fletcher shook his head with the gentle firmness of someone correcting a fundamental misunderstanding. Quite the opposite, Mrs. Ashford. Grandmother Sarah always said that you were part of James's story, and therefore part of our family story, regardless of whether the marriage had taken place. She used to say that love created connections that didn't require legal documents to make them real. The shop fell into a peaceful silence while Eleanor absorbed this information, her hand rising unconsciously to touch her throat where James's locket had once rested. Miss Marple watched the interplay of emotions across her face. Relief, gratitude, a kind of homecoming that transcended physical location, and felt the deep satisfaction that came with witnessing the resolution of long-standing grief. "I have so much to tell you," Eleanor said finally, "about James, about our plans, about the promises we made and the ways I tried to keep them even after keeping them seemed impossible. But perhaps—" She glanced at Miss Marple, seeking guidance about how much to reveal and in what order. Miss Marple smiled encouragingly. "Perhaps we might close the shop a bit early today, if that wouldn't be too much trouble. I suspect this conversation deserves more time and privacy than business hours typically allow." Margaret Fletcher was already moving toward the front door, turning the sign from open to closed, with the decisive motion of someone who understood that some things mattered more than commerce. "Of course. David, put the kettle on, would you? I have the feeling we're going to need proper tea for this conversation." Within minutes, the grocery shop had been transformed from a place of business into an intimate sitting room. David Fletcher arranged chairs around a small table usually reserved for checking invoices, while Margaret produced a tea service that, while not as elegant as Miss Marple's best china, carried the warmth of genuine hospitality. The afternoon light continued to pour through the windows, but now it illuminated a gathering of people rather than a commercial transaction. Eleanor accepted her teacup with hands that had steadied considerably since the introductions began. The familiar ritual of tea service provided a comfortable structure for conversation, while she organised her thoughts and gathered courage for the story she needed to tell. "James was the most wonderful man," she began, her voice gaining strength as she spoke. "Not perfect. He had a temper when he encountered inefficiency, and he held opinions about agricultural innovation that his father considered dangerously modern, but wonderful in the ways that mattered most. Kind, intelligent, funny in a gentle way that never hurt anyone's feelings." David and Margaret leaned forward with the focused attention of people hearing family history that had been missing from their understanding of their heritage. Miss Marple noted how their expressions reflected not just curiosity, but genuine affection for Eleanor, as if her connection to their ancestor had automatically made her part of their extended family. "He used to bring me flowers from his family's fields," Eleanor continued, warming to her subject as she realised her audience was genuinely interested rather than merely polite. "Not formal bouquets from the florist, but wildflowers that he picked himself. Cowslips in spring, poppies in summer, chrysanthemums when autumn arrived. He said that flowers grown in St. Mary Mead soil would help me feel connected to the place that would become my home." Margaret smiled at this detail, recognising the kind of romantic gesture that transcended generations. "That sounds exactly like something Grandmother Sarah said James would do. She always claimed he had more poetry in his soul than was strictly practical for a farmer." "Oh, he did," Eleanor agreed, her face lighting up with memories that had been carefully preserved, despite decades of separation from their source. He could find beauty in the most ordinary things. The way morning light fell across a ploughed field, the sound rain made on different types of leaves, the particular shade of green that belonged only to new grass. He taught me to see St. Mary Mead through his eyes, and I've never been able to look at villages quite the same way since. The afternoon was advancing, but none of the 4 people gathered in the grocery shop seemed aware of time's passage. They were caught in that particular kind of temporal suspension that occurs when stories demand their full telling, when the past reaches forward to claim its proper place in present understanding. Eleanor told them about the engagement, about the careful courtship that had respected both families' expectations while nurturing genuine affection between the young couple. She described James's plans for modernising his family's farming methods, his excitement about the future they would build together, his dreams of children who would carry the Whitmore name forward into the new century that seemed so full of promise. She told them about the locket, about the inscription that had seemed so romantic when love was young and permanence felt assured. She described the February fever that had claimed so many young lives in those days before modern medicine, the swift progression from minor illness to mortal crisis, the helpless watching as someone beloved slipped away despite all efforts to hold them in the world of the living. The last thing he asked, Eleanor said, her voice growing soft with the weight of a long-carried memory, was for me to bury the locket beneath the oak tree, as a promise that our love would be remembered until the tree itself remembered us. I thought he was being delirious, but I promised anyway, because promises made to the dying are sacred regardless of whether they make complete sense to the living. David Fletcher reached across the table to cover Eleanor's hand with his own, his calloused palm warm against her weathered skin. And you kept that promise, didn't you? Even when keeping it meant carrying the burden alone for all these years. Eleanor nodded, too moved to trust her voice for immediate response. When she could speak again, her words carried the relief of someone finally able to share a weight that had grown too heavy for solitary bearing. I buried it that very night in the moonlight, thinking that no one saw me, and that the secret would remain between James and me and the oak tree forever. I never imagined... She glanced at Miss Marple with gratitude. I never imagined that the tree was already keeping other people's secrets, that I was participating in a village tradition rather than creating a private ritual. Miss Marple smiled, understanding that this was her cue to explain about their afternoon's discoveries at the oak tree. She described the natural hollow they had found, the collection of treasures that represented generations of village life, the way individual griefs and joys had accumulated into something larger and more meaningful than their separate parts. Your locket has joined that collection, Miss Marple concluded, not as a buried secret, but as part of St. Mary Mead's visible heritage. Anyone who visits the oak can see it now, can understand that it represents love that endured beyond the circumstances that might have defeated it. Margaret Fletcher's eyes were bright with unshed tears that spoke of joy rather than sorrow. How perfect, she said softly. James and Eleanor's love story becoming part of the village's official memory, taking its place among all the other stories that make St. Mary Mead more than just a place where people happen to live. The light outside was beginning to fade, transforming the golden afternoon into the softer tones of early evening. Through the shop windows they could see the village settling into its twilight rhythm, lights beginning to appear in cottage windows, the last children of the day being called home for supper, elderly couples taking their final constitutional walks before darkness fell. Eleanor looked around at the faces of her companions, Miss Marple's gentle satisfaction, David's warm acceptance, Margaret's obvious pleasure in the connections that had been revealed, and felt something she hadn't experienced in 30 years, the peace that comes with belonging somewhere, with being part of a story larger than individual loss or private grief. I have one more thing to tell you, she said, her voice steady now with the confidence of someone who had successfully navigated the most difficult part of a challenging conversation. Something that James asked me to do if I ever had the chance to speak with his family again. She reached into her handbag and withdrew a folded piece of paper, aged and yellowed but carefully preserved. He wrote this during his final days, when he was lucid enough to hold a pen. He made me promise to give it to his family if circumstances ever made that possible. David Fletcher accepted the letter with hands that trembled slightly, understanding that he was receiving something precious beyond its material value. The paper was fragile with age, but James Whitmore's handwriting remained clear and strong, the words he'd chosen still carrying the force of intentions that had never been forgotten. "Would you like me to read it aloud?" David asked, and when Eleanor nodded he unfolded the letter carefully and began to speak, in a voice that carried the weight of family history being reclaimed. "To my beloved family, if God's providence should make this letter possible, know that I am not afraid, and know that the love I have, found with Eleanor, has made every day of my life more meaningful than I could have imagined. If circumstances prevent our marriage, do not let them prevent our connection to you. She carries my heart, and through her, something of me will continue in the world. Welcome her as you would have welcomed her as my wife. and remember that some bonds transcend the ceremonies that society requires to make them official. Until we meet again in whatever realm awaits beyond this one, I remain your devoted son and brother, James." The grocery shop fell into profound silence as David finished reading, the weight of words written 30 years ago settling over the present moment like a benediction. Eleanor wept quietly, but her tears spoke of release rather than renewed grief, of healing rather than fresh wound opening. Margaret Fletcher rose and moved to Eleanor's side, enfolding the older woman in an embrace that transcended formal introduction, and moved directly to the deeper connection that James's letter had made official. "Welcome home," she said simply. "Welcome to the family you should have joined 30 years ago." As evening settled over St Mary Mead, transforming the village green into a soft landscape of shadows and gentle lights, Miss Marple reflected that some mysteries resolved themselves not through dramatic revelation, but through the patient work of connecting hearts that time and circumstance had separated. The oak tree stood in its eternal vigil, its hollow now containing one more treasure that spoke of a love's persistence and community's power to heal wounds that seemed beyond repair. The locket rested safely in its natural shrine, no longer a symbol of loss but evidence of love's ability to create connections that survived even death itself. And in the warm circle of the grocery shop, where tea cooled in china cups and family stories bridged the gap between past and present, St Mary Mead had reclaimed one more of its own. Dawn arrived over St Mary Mead with the gentle persistence of something that had made this same journey countless times before, painting the sky in soft watercolour washes of rose and gold that seemed to bless the sleeping village with promises of peace. Miss Marple woke naturally with the first light, as had become her habit over decades of village living, and lay quietly in her comfortable bed while listening to the symphony of morning sounds that announced another day in the eternal rhythm of community life. The church bells had not yet begun their daily calling, but already she could hear the soft conversations of early rising birds, the distant lowing of cattle in the fields beyond the village boundaries, and the gentle whisper of wind through leaves that spoke of the ancient oak's continued vigil over St Mary Mead's dreams and memories. There was something particularly peaceful about this morning, as if the previous evening's revelations had settled some long-standing tension in the very air, allowing the village to breathe more freely than it had in years. She rose and dressed with the careful attention to detail that marked her daily preparations, choosing her most comfortable walking dress and her favourite shawl, the cream-coloured wool that her nephew Raymond had brought from Scotland, before making her way to the kitchen where Mrs. Knight was already beginning the morning's preparations. The familiar sounds of breakfast cooking provided a soothing counterpoint to her thoughts as she considered the extraordinary events of the past few days and their peaceful resolution. "Lovely morning, Miss Marple," Mrs. Knight called cheerfully as she arranged fresh flowers in a small vase. Mrs. Fletcher, from the grocery, stopped by earlier, said she wanted to thank you properly for yesterday's introductions, and left these roses from her garden with her compliments. Miss Marple examined the flowers with appreciation, noting how their white petals seemed to glow in the morning light filtering through her kitchen windows. White roses, the traditional symbol of remembrance and eternal love. How perfectly appropriate for a morning that felt like a benediction on the story that had finally found its proper conclusion. After breakfast, she made her way out into the garden where the morning mist was beginning to lift, revealing St Mary Mead in all its comfortable, familiar glory. The village looked exactly as it always had, yet somehow different, as if the resolution of Eleanor and James's long-delayed love story had added another layer of meaning to the ordinary buildings and well-tended gardens that made up their community. The oak tree stood in its eternal majesty at the centre of the green, its massive trunk and spreading branches silhouetted against the brightening sky like a natural cathedral that had weathered centuries of human joy and sorrow with equal grace. But this morning, Miss Marple noticed, there were people gathered beneath its protective canopy, and as she drew closer she could see that someone had arranged a small but meaningful ceremony around the natural shrine she and Eleanor had discovered. Ellen Ashford stood beside the hollow in the oak's trunk, dressed in her best Sunday dress despite the weekday hour, her silver hair gleaming in the filtered sunlight, and her face radiant with the kind of peace that comes after long-carried burdens have finally been set down. Beside her stood David and Margaret Fletcher, their expressions reflecting the quiet satisfaction of family connections properly acknowledged. Reverend Clement was present as well, his prayer book in his hands, but his demeanour suggesting this was less a formal religious service than a gentle blessing on something that had already found its own sacred significance. Several other villagers had gathered as well, Mrs. Bantry with her usual expression of lively curiosity, Dr. Haydock looking professionally pleased with the evidence of emotional healing, and even Mrs. Price Ridley maintaining her customary vigilance over village proprieties from a respectful distance. It was exactly the sort of modest community gathering that marked important moments in village life, significant not because of grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but because of the shared understanding that some events deserved witness and acknowledgement. "Miss Marple," Eleanor called softly as she approached, "how wonderful that you're here. We were hoping you would join us for this little ceremony. After all, without your patient investigation and gentle guidance, none of this would have been possible." Miss Marple took her place in the small circle gathered around the oak tree, feeling the quiet satisfaction that came with seeing stories reach their proper conclusions. The morning light continued to strengthen, transforming the village green into something that seemed touched with particular grace, as if nature itself approved of the human connections being celebrated beneath its ancient witness. "We thought," David Fletcher explained, his voice carrying the warmth of family pride properly expressed, "that Eleanor's locket deserved more than simply being placed among the other treasures in the Oak's collection. It represents something special, not just a personal memory, but evidence of how love can endure despite circumstances that might seem insurmountable." Margaret Fletcher stepped forward, carrying a small brass plaque that had obviously been crafted with care and attention to detail. "We had this made yesterday afternoon by the blacksmith in the next village," she said, showing the engraved words to the assembled group. "We hope it captures the spirit of what Eleanor and James's story means to all of us." Miss Marple read the inscription with growing pleasure. "In memory of love that endures, promises kept in patience, and the oak that remembers all hearts entrusted to its care. May this tree continue to shelter the dreams and devotions of St. Mary Mead for generations yet to come." It was exactly the right sentiment, Miss Marple thought, acknowledging the specific story that had brought them together while recognising the larger tradition, of which Eleanor and James's romance was simply one beautiful example. The oak had indeed been the keeper of village hearts for longer than anyone could remember, and this simple ceremony was recognising something that had always been true, but had never been formally celebrated. Reverend Clement stepped forward with the gentle authority that marked his approach to all matters, both sacred and secular. "Dearly beloved friends and neighbours," he began, his voice carrying easily in the still morning air, "we gather this morning not to mourn what was lost, but to celebrate what endures: love, memory, community, and the ancient wisdom of growing things that know how to shelter what matters most." He spoke about the oak tree's role in village life, its presence at countless celebrations and sorrows, its silent witness to the endless cycle of human experience that gave communities their deeper meaning. He acknowledged Eleanor's long faithfulness to a promise made in grief and kept in hope, and he blessed the connections that had brought past and present together in healing rather than continued separation. "Let this tree continue to be what it has always been," Reverend Clement concluded, "a sanctuary for hearts that need shelter, a repository for memories that deserve preservation, and a symbol of the persistence that allows love to survive even the changes that seem to threaten its existence." Eleanor stepped forward and carefully placed the brass plaque beside the natural hollow, positioning it so that future visitors would understand the significance of what they were seeing. The locket gleamed softly among the other treasures: Tom Mellor's diary, the military buttons, the children's toys, all the accumulated evidence of lives lived with devotion and hope, despite uncertainty about what the future might bring. "James," Eleanor said softly, her words clearly intended for listening ears both present and absent, "your locket has found its way home at last. Not buried in grief, but displayed with pride, not hidden in shame, but celebrated as part of the love that has made St. Mary Mead more than just a place where people happen to live." She paused, her hand resting gently on the oak's rough bark, and Miss Marple could see tears on her cheeks. But they were tears of gratitude rather than sorrow, tears that spoke of healing rather than wound opening. "Thank you," Eleanor continued, "for waiting, for trusting that someday the oak would remember, and that when it did, our story would be ready to become part of something larger and more meaningful than our private happiness could ever have been." The small ceremony concluded with handshakes and gentle embraces, with neighbours welcoming Eleanor more fully into the community than her 20 years of quiet residence had ever accomplished. Mrs. Bantry insisted she must come to tea later in the week. Dr. Haydock made professional inquiries about her health and happiness, and even Mrs. Price Ridley unbent sufficiently to express approval of the morning's dignified proceedings. As the gathering dispersed, people returning to their daily routines with the satisfied feeling of having witnessed something worthwhile, Miss Marple found herself walking slowly around the oak tree with Eleanor, both women content to extend the peaceful morning with quiet conversation and shared appreciation for mysteries successfully resolved. "I keep thinking," Eleanor said, as they completed their circuit of the massive trunk, "about how different this morning feels from that February night 30 years ago, when I buried the locket in desperation and grief. Then I was alone with my sorrow, convinced that James's death had ended all possibility of joy or connection. Now." She gestured toward the village around them, where normal morning activity was resuming, but where something indefinable had shifted, some quality of acceptance and belonging that transformed even familiar sights into sources of deep contentment. "Now I understand," Eleanor continued, "that some endings are actually beginnings, that some losses create space for different kinds of love to grow, and that patient trees sometimes know better than grieving humans when the time is right for secrets to become celebrations." Miss Marple nodded with the deep satisfaction of someone who had witnessed the mysterious process by which individual pain could be transformed into community wisdom. "Villages are like that," she said thoughtfully. "They absorb our stories and give them back to us changed, made larger and more meaningful by being shared with others who understand the weight of loving and losing and finding ways to continue loving, despite loss." They settled on the familiar wooden bench that faced the oak tree, two elderly women comfortable in each other's company, and in the morning sunshine that seemed to bless their friendship with particular warmth. Around them, St. Mary Mead continued its eternal rhythm, children walking to school with their leather satchels and endless chatter, housewives beginning the day's domestic responsibilities, shopkeepers preparing for another day of serving their neighbours' needs. But now Miss Marple found herself seeing the village with enhanced appreciation for the layers of story that gave it meaning beyond its physical appearance. Every cottage held memories, every garden contained evidence of care persisting through seasons of change. Every family carried forward the accumulated wisdom of generations who had learned to find happiness in small things and to create meaning from the ordinary materials of daily life. "I've been thinking," Eleanor said as the morning advanced toward its natural conclusion, "about Tom Mellors and his diary, about all the other people whose treasures rest in the oak's keeping. Their stories deserve to be remembered too, don't they? Not just as objects in a natural museum, but as part of the living history that makes St. Mary Mead what it is." Miss Marple turned this suggestion over in her mind, recognising its wisdom and its possibilities. "You're thinking of becoming our official village historian," she said with a smile that held both affection and approval, "taking on the responsibility of researching and preserving the stories that might otherwise be lost to time and forgetfulness." "Something like that, yes. I have the research skills thanks to my years of correspondence with London historical societies. I have the time, now that my own story has found its proper conclusion, and I have the motivation. After 30 years of carrying one story in isolation, I find myself eager to help other stories find their way into the light." It was exactly the right next chapter for Eleanor's life, Miss Marple realised. Having been welcomed back into the community she had left in grief, having seen her own love story transformed from private burden into public heritage, Eleanor was perfectly positioned to help St. Mary Mead understand and celebrate the full richness of its accumulated human experience. The morning sun climbed higher, burning away the last wisps of mist and revealing the village in all its detailed clarity. Every roof tile and garden gate, Every weathered wall and carefully tended flower bed stood revealed in light that seemed to emphasize the beauty that came from things being exactly where they belonged, cared for by people who understood the value of preservation and continuity. "There's one more thing," Eleanor said, as they prepared to conclude their morning vigil beneath the oak's protective branches. "Something I want to do before I begin my new work as keeper of village memories." She rose and walked once more to the natural shrine, where the locket caught the strengthening sunlight and seemed to pulse with gentle radiance. Carefully she adjusted its position so that the engraved roses faced outward, clearly visible to anyone who approached the collection with curiosity or reverence. "There," she said with satisfaction. "Now James's roses can bloom in perpetual sunlight, offering beauty to anyone who needs reminding that love creates things that last longer than the circumstances that inspired them." Miss Marple joined her beside the oak's hollow, studying the collection of treasures that represented so many different lives and loves, so many different ways of entrusting important things to something larger and more permanent than individual existence. The sight filled her with the peaceful satisfaction that came from witnessing the proper resolution of long-standing mysteries. As they walked back toward the village proper, where daily life was continuing its ancient patterns of work and rest, connection and solitude, Miss Marple reflected on the strange mathematics of time and memory that had brought Eleanor's story to this gentle conclusion. 30 years of patient waiting had culminated in 3 days of revelation, investigation, and healing. Grief carried in isolation had been transformed into joy shared with community. A secret buried in darkness had become a treasure displayed in light. The oak tree stood behind them in its eternal vigil, its branches swaying gently in the morning breeze, its leaves whispering the kind of wisdom that only came from witnessing the endless cycle of human experience while remaining rooted in something deeper and more permanent than individual joy or sorrow. It had kept Eleanor and James's secret faithfully, just as it had kept all the other secrets entrusted to its care, and it had revealed them at exactly the moment when revelation could bring healing rather than fresh pain. "Thank you," Eleanor said quietly as they reached Miss Marple's garden gate, though whether she was addressing her companion or the village or the morning itself was beautifully unclear. "For listening, for understanding, for helping me discover that some endings are actually beginnings in disguise." Miss Marple smiled as she watched Eleanor continue toward her cottage behind the church, moving with the confident step of someone who had found her proper place in the world after years of uncertain wandering. The morning was advancing toward afternoon, and there were small domestic tasks that required attention, letters to be written and flowers to be arranged, and the comfortable routine of village life to be maintained. But first she paused beside her roses, breathing in their fragrance while considering the extraordinary gift that the past few days had provided. The reminder that communities were more than simply collections of houses and shops, that they were living repositories of human story, places where individual experiences could be woven together into something larger and more meaningful than their separate parts. The oak tree's shadow stretched across the village green, a gentle reminder of the shelter available to anyone who needed sanctuary for their dreams, their memories, or their hopes for the future. In that shadow, love had been planted and patience rewarded, secrets had been transformed into stories, and the ancient wisdom of growing things had once again proved that some forms of faithfulness could outlast even death itself. St. Mary Mead settled into its afternoon rhythm with the satisfied contentment of a community that had successfully absorbed another chapter into its ongoing story. Another example of how ordinary places could become sacred through the simple act of paying attention to the extraordinary nature of ordinary human experience. And in the heart of it all, the oak tree stood in its eternal watch, ready to shelter whatever new secrets the future might bring, confident in it to keep them safe until the time came for keeping to become sharing, for hiding to become celebration, and for individual stories to become part of the larger narrative that gave villages their souls. And so our gentle tale draws to its close, like evening mist settling softly over St. Mary Mead's village green. The ancient oak stands in its eternal watch, its hollow now a shrine of remembered love, its branches whispering stories of patience rewarded and hearts healed by the simple act of waiting for the right moment to transform secrets into celebrations. Eleanor Ashford has found her way home after 30 years of wandering, not just to a place, but to a purpose. Keeper of village memories, guardian of stories that might otherwise slip away into the silence that claims all things not carefully tended. The locket rests in its natural sanctuary, no longer a buried grief, but a beacon of hope for anyone who needs reminding that love creates things more lasting than the circumstances that inspire them. Miss Marple returns to her roses and her quiet observations, satisfied that another mystery has resolved itself not through drama, but through the patient work of connecting hearts that time had separated. In her garden, the white roses bloom with particular grace, as if blessed by their role in a story that proves some promises are kept, not through passion, but through persistence, not through grand gestures, but through the quiet faithfulness of ancient trees and patient hearts. The village settles into sleep around its protective oak, dreams carrying the gentle wisdom that communities are built not just from bricks and mortar, but from the accumulated stories of ordinary people who choose to love despite uncertainty, to hope despite loss, to trust that some things endure even when all evidence suggests otherwise. Let the oak's shadows carry you gently toward your own peaceful rest, knowing that somewhere in the world, villages like St. Mary Mead continue their eternal rhythm of shelter and story, memory and hope. May your dreams be filled with gardens where roses bloom in perpetual light, where ancient trees keep watch over sleeping hearts, and where morning always brings the promise of mysteries solved through kindness, patience, and the revolutionary act of paying attention to the extraordinary nature of ordinary love. Sleep well, dear listeners, until our paths cross again in the gentle realm where stories meet dreams. May you rest in the shadow of your own protective oaks, surrounded by the whispered assurance that some things, love, memory, the bonds that make us human, are indeed forever.